But we don't get to see.
I can't get that one to run again. We've been messing with it. So we're on Zoom, so I'll keep track here.
All right.
Yep.
It'd be nice if we could face the people in the room.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah. It is a little.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's 6:01. We are in the Lower Theater. This is a regular meeting of the Rockingham Select Board. There is a Zoom link on the agenda that can be found on rockbf.org. Also, you can call in and type it into your computer. That's also sitting there with a password. So, first order of business today is the Board of Liquor Commissioners. We have here, I'll read them off, it's easier, about 5 or 6. Right On Inc., which is Donovan's outside consumption permit, a first-class restaurant bar license, a third-class restaurant bar license. B is Ramunto's for the BF Opera House. They're catering for the live performance upstairs. Vermont Country Store Inc. is looking for a second-class license. Holidays is a second-class license. PK's Irish Pub and Rockingham in Bells Falls is for a first-class restaurant bar license, request a cater permit, and a third-class restaurant bar license. I'll take a motion to approve or deny those.
I move that we approve these liquor licenses.
We hear a second. Motion is made and seconded to approve the aforementioned licenses. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor would say aye.
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 Okay, they'll be coming around for signatures.
Did they sign each one?
Unfortunately, yes. But it's a little easier this time. I didn't have to write everything out.
You think we could start switching around and looking?
If you can mess with it, we'll try. I think the biggest thing is though to run extension cords because everything's running off of power. So,
If we were up there, yeah, I'll sit right here, maybe.
yeah,
Second page.
It seems weird, you know, that people come to see us and look at our backs.
yeah.
We
It's
just hear
strange.
voices behind our head.
I could put you up on the stage so you could leer down, something like that.
Right, yeah.
Like
yeah.
Congress, where you sit and look down at everybody.
Put a couple, a throne for Peter.
Oh, big throne? We have the red velvet, so you could probably do something with that.
This sign here under your name. right?
Yep, that's where you gotta sign. We just approved all the normal.
Huh?
We just approved the liquor licenses, so you
Okay.
missed that part.
All right. I approve.
Oh, the second one, okay. And, thank you. Production.
You can stop anytime. I've got a file and a half.
I know, it's a lot of paper.
No, don't want that one. That's fine.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Stop, just hand it out.
Sign it for sure.
Whatever. Let me sign that for the son.
Rick, while you have it, I have your packet at my house and your policy book. You want, I'll take that and let me know when you're in town, and I'll leave it at MSA somewhere. You can stop down, pick it up.
That's great. Thank you very much, Peter. I'll be back on Saturday.
Okay, I'll have it down to MSA on Saturday morning.
Beautiful. Thanks.
Remember, those have to come back around this way for
Oh, pursuit. Okay.
Sue to sign. Almost done. We only got 2 or 3 left. Last one, come on.
Right.
Okay, that business is out of the way. You want to sign those now while you're in between, or you want to wait afterwards?
I can sign them.
Have at it. All right, let's get into the regular agenda. I'd like to call the meeting to order. We need to approve the minutes of March 27. Take a motion, or March 7, excuse me.
Motion to approve the minutes of,
So your second.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded to approve the minutes of March 7, 2023. Any further discussion, deletions, omissions, corrections, etc.? I think there's one typo in here, but I'll let Betsy find that one. Hearing none, all those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
those opposed? Motion carries. Unanimous. Addition to the agenda for routine administrative matters and or pressing matters that will require ratification in a future meeting. I'll just mention that there will be an executive session tonight. A board update for the union negotiations. There will be no action taken or comments made coming out. So, board? No comments, public? Betsy?
For me, I've got a comment. I don't know if everyone saw the sign out there, but this will be a property of the town hall, that signboard out there for meetings. It was thanks to the community development block grants, so thank you, Agency of Commerce and
Yeah, that's nice.
Community Development. Yeah, that's good.
Okay, public comment not on the agenda, 3 minutes person. See any? Manager report.
so a couple of items, we're doing some follow-ups after our little storm event from last week. With a couple of thank yous are in order. First of all, I want to thank Casey Coda. We were running into a situation where we were running out of fuel in the middle of this storm event, and he came down with the generator and opened up his pump so we could keep our trucks on the road and keep our first responders running, and really appreciated his efforts to do that in the middle of this storm. It's something we're looking at as we go forward. Is, you know, if we're gonna have these multi-day events, it's amazing how quickly you run out of things like fuel, because all of the stations in town were out of power, so you couldn't get any gas.
Do you normally buy from Dakota?
Depends on, we have other options in other places. We do have some of our own fuel too, but again, that was a situation where he came in and helped us out. We really appreciated it, especially with the diesel.
Yeah,
Keep
maybe
all those
we
trucks
should just
running.
always buy from them, since
So
they're nearby.
we appreciate that. Justin and all the folks at Green Mountain Power, you know, they hooked up with our highway guys, which I also appreciated all the work that they did. So a lot of things that happened that were outside of the sort of the public domain. There's a separate municipal hotline in the municipal operations center that we have direct contact with Green Mountain Power and all the first responders. It's different than what people would call in and say, hey, my power's out. So in a lot of instances, people were upset because they would be talking to somebody and Green Mountain would take their information and they thought that their outage had not been reported or that it was not known. And I can guarantee you that all of those were known and reported, but they were only reported on the municipal side. The public side doesn't share information with the municipal side. So that's a little bit of a challenge, and we'll talk to Green Mountain about ways that might be able to improve so that people don't get upset thinking that they sat there in the dark and nobody had reported their problems or tried to work on the sort of restoration. And then the last thing was all of our guys that were first responders. They did a lot of extraordinary work above and beyond, helping people that had medical issues. Of course, during the middle of all these storms, you have to have multiple medical calls. That's just the way it works. So guys went out and did things and took care of problems in the middle of this pretty intense storm event, and you know, took people to the hospital and took care of some situations, and appreciated everything that they did. That again, people don't always see or understand, but I certainly appreciated all the effort from all the folks that worked, as well as the guys that staffed the 2 nights that we did the warming shelter. And so we are gonna follow up. We had some issues, as there always are, and incidents like this, and so we'll be following up and looking at options and improvements, but just wanted to say thank you to all those folks, because they did extraordinary work and really appreciated it.
Yeah, I'm sure it was dreadful and harrowing for people that were.
It was an interesting storm. Yeah. It was, I think we're gonna have to get used to them, unfortunately.
That's the thing, yeah.
So that was it.
Anything else, you all set?
That's all set.
Okay, that was quick. Item number 2 is annual appointments. You have in your packet a couple of listings. There's one that was sent out on the email from the executive assistant. There's some issues on that one, so we'll go with that one that you have out the morning. We've already appointed an animal control officer. He's sitting over here to my left, behind us. BFADC committee is currently is Susan and Elijah. Are they both interested still?
Yeah.
Take a motion to appoint.
I move that we appoint Susan Hammond and Elijah Zimmer to the BFADC committee.
Here a second.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to appoint Susan Hammond and Elijah Zimmer to BFADC. All those in favor would say aye.
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 Motion carries. Walk Ped Committee. Current is Bonnie Anderson, Rick Collins, Stan Telstra, Marcia Stern, Peter Bergstrom, and Jonathan Weber as a consultant. It looks like I got an email. They're all interested, so I'll take a motion to appoint said group.
So moved.
Second.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded to appoint the current Walk Ped Committee. All those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Cemetery Sexton, Malcolm Potter and municipal manager currently. Scott just said that evidently he wants to be a secondary. I didn't hear anything from Malcolm Potter, but I assume he would still serve. So take a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Motion made to appoint Malcolm Potter and municipal manager as cemetery sextons. All those in favor would say aye.
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 Next one is the Conservation Committee. The current is Mike Gia, Peter Bergstrom, Alex Barrett, Christine Armiger, Laurel Green, and the new member that's interested is Jeffrey Bryan. So the one we really need to appoint is Jeffrey Bryan, and they will be due again in 4 years at 2027. So I'll take a motion to appoint Jeffrey Bryan.
I move that we appoint Jeffrey Bryan to the Conservation Committee.
Second.
Second.
Favor of appointing Jerry Bryan to the Conservation Commission, we vote, would say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries. We don't have anybody on the Connecticut River Joint Commissions currently or previously was, yeah, let's see. Was, let's see, trying to find his name on here.
I think it dropped
Would have
off.
been, H&B, Tom Hernan and Margaret Perry. Margaret Perry has since passed away. And, Tom Hernan called me the other day, said he's not interested. So we'll have to hunt somebody up for that. So we'll bypass that one. There is no constable. I think a couple of years ago, the board or the may have eliminated that position. There was an option that you could. I'd have to look at the minutes, but I think that's what happened with that one. Emergency Management Coordinator. Currently it's Sean McGinnis and Dave Bemis. I did not hear from either one of them as of today. So shall we assume they are interested? I would assume.
Yep.
Manager shakes his head yes. Take a motion to appoint.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded to appoint Sean McGinnis and Dave Beavis as the emergency management coordinator. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
those opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimous. Energy chairperson is currently Peter Bergstrom, and he is interested again. Take a motion.
I move to put Peter Bergston as energy chairperson.
Second.
I second.
Motion's made and seconded to appoint Peter Bergstrom as the energy chairperson. All those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
I guess Rick says aye, so all those in favor, the motion carries. Let's try, the Greater Falls Chamber of Commerce. Currently, it is Sue Hammond.
I thought it was actually
It's
Elijah.
actually me.
Yeah. When I saw that, I said, I don't remember being on the chamber, so.
Did we change it to you?
Yes, we did last year, I think, or the year before even.
I think, yeah, a couple of years.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we can change
So,
that.
yeah, please. I mean,
Take a motion then.
I move that we appoint Elijah Zimmer to represent us at the.
I'll second that one. And stand corrected. All those, the motion's been made to, elect, Elijah Zimmer to the Chamber of Commerce. All those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
Motion
Aye.
carried. Read up chair, currently it was Guy Payne and Amy Howlett. They both, since decided to vacate. And Margot Gia has stepped up, and if she can find a second, we'll appoint that one, but currently take a motion to appoint Margot Gia.
So moved.
Do we hear a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded to appoint Margot Gia as a read up chair. All those in favor would say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Health officer and deputy, currently is Gary Fox as the interim and Sean McGinnis is the deputy health officer. I assume Gary, you still interested in keeping until we find somebody?
Interim zoning administrator? Yes.
And help.
And I assume health, Sean, I think is gonna be the, take the deputy health. So take a motion to vote Gary Fox as the interim zoning administrator and Sean McGinnis as the, deputy health officer, and they will be due again next year, so we got, they'll be doing 2024.
So moved.
Do we hear a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded to appoint Gary Fox as interim zoning administrator and Sean McGinnis as the deputy health officer. All those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Opera House Committee, Rick Collin and Susan Hammond. Are they still interested, I assume?
Yeah.
Yep.
Rick?
Yeah, I'm willing to continue.
Okay, lucky you. Take a motion.
So I move that we appoint Rick Cohen and Susan Hammond to the Opera House.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is made and seconded to elect Rick Collin and Sue Hammond to the Opera House Committee. All those in favor would say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Personnel Rules Committee and the Union Negotiations. Last year, I think we appointed Bonnie wanted to get on. I think it was Union Negotiations, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, Personnel Committee.
Yeah, I guess that's what it was. I don't know.
And currently, I'm
You wanna
on,
do it?
I'm on the Union Negotiation Committee. I don't care. I can do it.
Okay.
It sort of ties in together.
Yeah,
I
So-
need to,
point Peter.
appoint Peter as personnel rules and, union
Is
negotiations.
there a second?
A second.
Motion made and seconded to appoint Peter Golick as the Personnel Rules Committee representative and union negotiations rep. All those in favor would say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carried. Townkeeper is Wyndham County Humane Society. I haven't heard from them. I
It's an
think
annual
they're gonna
contract we're
continue.
going to renew.
So
Yes.
take a motion.
I move that we, have a Wyndham, Humane Society as the townkeeper.
There a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded to appoint the Wyndham County Humane Society as the townkeeper. All those in favor would say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Recreation Committee, currently it's Heather Hicks, Ben Mashur, Megan Applegate, Bonnie North, and Susan Hammond. The only one I heard that was on there was Gaetano Polignano. He has since declined. So currently, the interested is Heather Hicks, Ben Mashore, who I haven't heard from, so I'm gonna assume he's still interested, Megan Applegate, Bonnie and Sue. Take a motion?
Motion to approve or appoint Heather Hicks, Ben Major, Megan Applegate, Bonnie North, and Susan Hammond to the Recreation Committee.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of appointing the said group to the Recreation Committee would say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Getting there, folks. Revolving Loan Fund Committee. Currently is Katie Dearborn, Sandra Martin, Catano Padignano, Susan-
Gaetano's not.
he's cut off. Susan Hammond, Rick Cowan, and Gary Fox is a non-voting member. So currently, I'll take a motion to appoint interested parties, which I did hear from, are Katie Dearborn, Sandra Martin, Rebecca Cagden, Susan Hammond, and Rick Cowan, and Gary Fox, I assume will stay on.
So
So,
moved.
all those in favor, of said group?
Second.
Second, okay. Motion being seconded, to appoint the said group to the revolving loan fund committee. All those in favor would say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. The Historic Preservation Committee. We have John Letman. I gotta get the other list.
That's fun to see.
John Letman is, Deanna Jones, Annette Spalding, and Elijah Zimmer. And I think Walter Wallace is still the coordinator, if I'm correct.
Yes. Yes.
So I'll take a motion to appoint said group.
That's not what's written here.
I know it isn't, but those people have resigned.
It's two again, it's
Oh, it's
Diana Jones, Elijah, who are the
Yeah.
others?
John Letman, Diana Jones, Annette Spalding, and Elijah Zimmer. That's the list I got.
That's a new one.
That's a new one.
Okay,
I move that we appoint those to the, Historic Preservation Review Committee.
second.
Okay. This will be probably the last, if you notice on the last column that there's a comment there that says when necessary by resignation, so coming year, we're only gonna do the yearly ones, so we won't go through the
Okay,
whole shambang here.
good.
Senior Center is,
Already
Hugh
voted
Hagerty.
on that?
Hugh Hagerty, yeah, excuse me. All those in favor of appointing the, of us group, John Letman, Diana Jones, Annette Spalding, Elijah Zimmer, and Walter Wallace, the Historic Preservation Committee, would say aye.
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 Those opposed would say nay. Motion carried. Let's move on to the Senior Center. Hugh Hagerty. Hugh Hagerty is ascended to be, interested, so I'll take a motion.
Move to approve Hugh Haggerty for the senior center.
I'll second that.
Motion is made and seconded to appoint, Hugh Hagerty to the Senior Center. All those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Solid Waste Management. Manager currently is, the municipal manager Larry White. They are both interested again. So lucky them.
Yeah.
Now, take a motion to appoint.
I move that we appoint the municipal manager and Larry White to be in charge of solid waste.
All those, do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded to appoint Larry White and the municipal manager to the Solid Waste Committee, management. All those in favor would say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Town Fire Warden was appointed. He is on for 5 years. He's due this year, so take a motion to appoint Larry White as the Town Fire Warden. He is ascended to do it again.
So moved.
We hear a second. Motion's made and seconded to appoint Larry White as the Town Fire Warden. All those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. We do not have a town service officer. She has resigned, so
What does the town service officer do?
takes care of, finding places for people that are homeless and,
Oh,
takes
Not a
care of
social services
So-
work.
sort of like social service basically.
Works closely with the local police.
who was doing that?
It was,
Andy Bernardo for a long time.
yeah, and then after Ann, it was, Christine, yes,
Christine, yeah.
Christine Fuller.
Yeah, and she's resigned, so. Looks like we're gonna have to hire somebody for that.
Yeah, it'd be good to get someone who's working in the social service industry, because it's a
Yeah, that's
very
probably the best
specialized
thing,
skill,
yeah.
so.
All right, Town Tax Stabilization Committee. Currently it's Tim Powers, Richard Stickney, Dennis Hardy, and Pat Fowler. They have agreed to stay on. So I'll take a motion.
I move that we appoint, Tim Powers, Richard Stigley, Dennis Hardy, and Pat Fowler to the Town Tax Stabilization Committee.
All those, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Motion's made and seconded, to appoint the aforementioned group to the Town Tax Stabilization Committee. All those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. This is another one we need to discuss in the coming months or coming years. It hasn't met for about 15 years, I guess, or 10 or 12. And according to the statute, you don't have to have one unless the town meeting body so desires to have one. Last one I think we had was when Ben and Jerry's came to town. At their 5th year, when they were due to pay 100%, they vacated us, went to Springfield and decided to play the game up there, and then they moved from there, but back up north again. So, anyway, finally, we have I guess a couple more on the back page. Tree warden has been already appointed as last meeting. Wyndham Regional Commission, Susan Hammond and Bonnie North, are they both still interested?
Yes.
Okay, take a motion.
Move to appoint Susan Hammond and Bonnie North to the Wyndham Regional Commission.
I'll second that one. Motion been made and seconded to appoint Susan Hammond and Bonnie North to the Wyndham Regional Commission. All those in favor would say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Fire Committee is currently the 3 department chiefs, a board member from the town, Bells Falls Village and Sac River Village. I assume they all are willing to stay on, at least I am.
There's a board member from the town.
Yep. So I'll take a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to appoint 3 department chiefs, 1 board member from each locality, that'd be the town of Rockingham, Bells Falls Village, and Saxon River Village. All those in favor would say aye.
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 Do we have to appoint you? I mean, do we specifically have to appoint you?
No.
So we didn't say your name.
No.
Okay.
Okay, we're done with that lovely file. Let's try for number 3 here, to designate a paper record for legal advertising. So, take a motion, there is a notice in your packet for the shopper.
Yeah, I move that we appoint, the shopper, our paper of record.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion's made and seconded to appoint paper record as the shopper. All those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried. Discussion, CDS, Senator Sanders and Senator Welch. There is a
So-
packet in
So
your
we
packet
handed out
there.
one new memo tonight that is the backup material for Senator Sanders' submission. And then there's also in your packet was the submission for Peter Welch's office. So the Senate is, at this point anyway, the Congress has continued with at least accepting congressionally directed spending requests. We don't know as we go through the appropriations process whether or not they'll honor that practice, but in order to at least be in the mix, you have to submit. So we have 2 projects that we have submitted. One would be an intermodal transportation center and a redevelopment in and around the Hotel Wyndham. And then the second one is, it deals more with the area-wide plan and some of the options for our island district and some opportunities for reinvestment in that area. So these are, like I said, they'll be thrown into the mix. We will see where we end up with the process, but we wanted the boards to at least be aware that these were submitted for consideration, and we'll see down the road if in fact we're successful.
It does say on here the deadline for our submission is Friday, March 10th.
We had to do them prior to the board meetings in order to get into their piles, so these are just the information that was submitted for your information.
Okay. So we're good there?
We are good there.
All right. Any questions? Seeing none, move on to review the management letter audit.
So every year, the auditors do provide a management letter. They usually have a couple of comments that they pass on just for areas that they would like to see improvement or practices that they would like to see us tighten up. So the two things that were on there was reconciliations, which were up to date. They'd like to see it a little tighter than what we had originally. They want to see it now within 21 days of month end, which is fine. And then the outdated checks, which is just a process of trying to go back through old checks and contacting people and finding out if in fact they were going to cash them or they lost them or some other transaction occurred so that they're not sitting out as open items. Otherwise, for the most part, as they had said previously in the audit, things are in pretty good shape all around in terms of the operations aspect of the management of the finance department.
Okay, any questions on the audit report? Anybody want to say to it? Everybody got their books, so.
I just want to thank Scott and Lisa and everyone for working to get things, tightened up and straightened out and doing a lot of good work on all these things.
Took a lot of work, and I really do appreciate it. The finance office was very helpful because it was a lot of going backwards, trying to
Yeah.
put together transactions and things to clean up. So it feels, we're in a good spot going forward. So I will pass on the good words. Thank you.
Okay, let's try the opioid settlement. That's the next one up.
So I know you're probably confused saying, well, don't we already have opioid settlement money? We do, but they have different tranches of people that were basically part of the settlement. So the first round was the manufacturer, and then there was a second round that was distributors. And now this is a little bit more localized in terms of other aspects of people that actually were directly responsible for some of the transactions for people actually handing out the prescriptions. So in this round, they have targeted some of your pharmacies that you would recognize, the CVS's and the Walgreens and the Walmarts. And so that will be the next round that will be participating in this overall opioid settlement process.
So I assume that Walgreens is responsible for everything that happened with writing. This whole settlement was a pretty, all of the different attorneys generals and everybody at the table. I guess it was quite a process, but yes. So those breakdowns have happened, and this will be, like I said, another round. We'll see at some point there'll be another round of distribution of checks, and I'll certainly keep the board in the loop as that comes forward. But I just wanted to let you know that there'll be another round of these coming forward.
And we just have to agree to be part of the class as opposed to doing it as
Right.
individual lawsuits.
It's right. Basically, once your state attorney general opts in, pretty much all you have to do is just opt into the settlement, right? So.
Okay, moving right along here. Review delinquent tax sale policy. It's in your packet, and I think you need to direct your attention to section 3. I think that's what we need to change to get this to be a yearly occurrence, and we may want to consider changing the amount due from 2,000 to less than that. So we're open to discussion. I know Rick has been asking about this.
Yep.
So we will need to update this. So if anybody has any comments.
I'd like to say and Scott, I think your screensaver's got us disappeared here.
No, I got you.
Okay. So, I think it's a sign of a healthy town that does their tax sales yearly. All our neighboring towns seem to do it from what I can read in the paper. And when you let things build up, you create the kind of mess that Alyssa has had to deal with. So I don't see any reason not to do it on a yearly basis.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I mean, we did pretty well with this last one, after four years anyway, so, considering. So, I think this is another item for further meeting. We just want to bring it up to get people thinking about it. Unless there's a consensus tonight to move ahead with that.
What, does anybody not want to?
I'm comfortable with doing it every year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
No, it's fine. We just have to budget for it every year. It's an expense for the lawyer.
Right,
So,
but hopefully people are keeping up to, well, we'll see.
all
now.
right, so if that's the case, if there's consensus, why don't we have a motion to,
Or do we want to change the amount?
review delinquent, yeah. So someone make a motion to change the, reading on section 3 to read not less than 1 year and not less than $1,000 outstanding. Does that sound reasonable to everybody?
Yep, so moved.
That way, I think we'll have more applicable bidders if the amount that we're going to tax sale is shorter. Otherwise, it just keeps building up and we get into the 20s and 30s that we're at on some of them now.
Yeah, I'll second that motion.
Okay, motion been made and seconded to update section 3 to read for not less than 1 year and not less than 1,000 outstanding. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion would say aye.
All right.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So we will have Scott or someone redo this tax policy
Yep, bring it back to
and
your adoption.
collection policy. And we can bring it back to the board to be signed and updated.
Yep.
And you have, speaking of updating, your new policy, your lovely little Bibles in front of you, so. Those prove to take home. Green, Depot Bridge Design Review Issues. We need to make a decision on this tonight. We took this stuff around the ballpark long enough. So. There's an email there about future costs, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, looks like we can't paint that bridge.
Well, 733,000 and 850,000. I mean, you know, I figured it was gonna be close to that one before, so. To me, and if you chip the paint anywhere along before then, you've gotta get special paint. You can't just go down the hardware store and get spray paint.
Yeah.
That doesn't cover it, because they're using special paint that is gonna hold up for X amount of years, so. And the other thing, this bridge is not on the main street, it's sort of out of sight, so unless people use it constantly, which if there's 100 people that go over that in a year, I'll put $1 in for every one of them that cross that bridge.
Oh, I might want to take that
But
back.
somebody's gonna have to
I'll
sit
take
down.
them.
You serious?
I'm not
It's
taking
like
you.
the old toll bridge in
There you go.
Springfield and Charlestown.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's it. We can get somebody who's been on that. Why
Well, I
didn't you
will
get down
say, I
there
think
in
our
the
goal
little
is to try
toll
to
house and collect
Thousands.
What'd you say?
Yes.
I think we can do it.
I think what we have to do is just put a bunch of flower boxes on that bridge and.
We gotta get to it.
Okay, so,
You know, Elijah's gonna take care of it.
so is the consensus that we're not gonna paint that bridge? We're gonna have them put the galvanizing on it?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, it's-
Okay, so that issue settled. Now there's something about the walk bike committee has a Canal Street design
Yeah.
update. Pedestrian, which includes the pedestrian connections.
I have a hard time understanding these things they send us.
Well,
Is this the sidewalk and it ends right here? Is that what that
there is
is?
no sidewalk down there on that side.
So what is this gray there?
Good question. I looked at
This
this
is
the
from
other
the
day.
engineers.
What is this gray strip?
Architect.
Wait, where's the, this is the new bridge?
Yeah.
So this is gotta be the sidewalk on the southern end of Canal Street.
Well, that's going down. It does.
Because there is a crosswalk, if you see that, and then there's a crosswalk to a sidewalk on the other side, so it's the
So the
grade to the
sidewalk on
grade.
this side only goes up to here.
Yeah, it can't go through because these, what are these stations called, generating?
Oh, the.
Pause stations.
Oh, I see
Yeah.
now. And what's this little gray bit?
So that's, what's that platform thing?
That's the pause, that's the blue
That's
plat,
the pause platform.
the old
Right.
abutment.
That's the thing that the old abutment they'll be taking out, and that'll be an area that we can use for any types of follow-up
No, that's
activity.
fine.
The benches.
Sit here. Okay.
I sent along some suggestions, some photos. I think that Scott left some of those each of your place.
Right, each of this.
The one unfortunately I saw got cut off in the printing, so you can't really see anything of it. But I had some specific suggestions for that area at the end of the pedestrian bridge on Canal Street.
Is that the material you had?
Yeah,
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what you were. trying to do
Right
there.
over here then, right?
yeah,
Right
right at
here?
the,
Right there?
yes, yeah. So I suggest moving that crosswalk to the end of the pedestrian bridge and extending the sidewalk on the opposite side of the street to help provide better pedestrian access to the canal house, because that is their main
Mhm.
entrance.
Right.
And everybody there who has a car
Has to go
parks
there.
in the lot. So I
So
think that for people.
is
who-
there a sidewalk here on this side?
It's a vague sidewalk. It's
It's what,
vague.
vague?
Yeah, there's curbing along some of it, but it's kind of like, just kind of dissolved over the years. You know, it
That
doesn't-
sort of blends in with Sharon's parking lot, right?
Yeah,
That's the
yeah.
area you're talking.
Okay, so the crosswalk would be here then, instead of over
Mhm.
there.
Running
Yeah,
straight
why,
out. from
why do they
the
have it over
bridge.
there anyway?
Because it has to,
there's no sidewalk.
crosswalk has to go to another crosswalk in order to be.
It has to go to another sidewalk in order to be a
Right.
crosswalk, okay.
Oh, they could put two in there, because you're, would we leave the other one where they have it here now or not?
I suggest just continuing, just discontinuing the sidewalk at the end of the pedestrian bridge and having the crosswalk leading straight out from the end of the pedestrian bridge across to
Yeah,
in front of Sharon's building, sort of between the Sharon's building and the canal house, and just extending the crosswalk on that side. I just think there's a lot of people there, who, they might have wheelchairs or walkers.
Oh, yeah,
Or,
yeah.
walk the cane, and it just seems like, why should they have to,
go all the way up
just
here
like
and then
scurry
back
across
down
the
there, yeah.
street, yeah.
Yeah,
So you're proposing a sidewalk, not a sidewalk, or are you proposing a sidewalk?
There's already, not any more sidewalk, simply doing the sidewalk on the opposite side of the street. Instead of
So
having.
you're not talking on Sharon's property then?
But in order to cross the
It would be
road,
on
you'd have to have a
Sharon's,
sidewalk on her property, which would mean they would have to
yeah, okay.
redesign that or go and purchase right away from her. In order to have a landing, because the sidewalk has to have a landing with an ADA compliant pad and then sidewalk.
Yeah,
Could we ask them to check if that's within the town right of way? I mean, according to the map, it looks like it is.
Yeah, it's close. I mean, he's got approximations on there. So we could certainly ask them if they could align that.
It's just my suggestion. I don't know whether they can do it or not, but
I
maybe
think
it's
it's a
worth
good
asking
suggestion.
them.
So right now, the crosswalk ends at the end of the Canal House building, is that where it ends? Or is there no
Yeah,
sidewalk?
where
It's
is
not,
this?
it's
I
not
can't
much
even
of a
tell.
sidewalk. I think that it was
It's
kind
a
of
house
once a
across.
sidewalk, but it's kind of like paved over. There's some sections of granite curbing. There's some of it that doesn't
yeah,
have
it's
curbing.
just- some of it's just like dirt and
Yeah.
stuff.
Where's
There's
the
not much
bike,
there.
old bike park?
If it's a foot wide, it's
Oh, that's
about it.
up
not,
here.
Oh, way over here.
Yeah. So here's Sharon's building, yeah, because it's before, it's up Sharon's building. So then there's the Sharon's building, and then there's like a couple of sort of apartment houses,
Right.
so that's what's there.
That's right there.
And the other part of my suggestion, I'm sorry I don't have the diagram to show you, because I had all of this all laid out. But I suggest the pause place in front of where the bridge is currently, having a mountable curb so that when Sharon or the owner of that building is trying to make deliveries, they're able to get a better turning radius. Because that was something that she brought up at the last meeting, was that if there's a high curb there, she's not gonna be able to turn into her driveway with a large truck or with a truck or
I
a
thought we
trailer.
already
I was
decided
gonna
that.
say, yeah, I thought we talked
We
about that.
decided that.
Remember, that's what they
To
showed,
make sure that we,
no, that was on the other end of the new bridge, is what, where they showed the car come around the Subaru in the wrong lane.
But I remember talking about Sharon's concerns then, so it has like a
Yeah,
little
we
sloping
didn't,
curve.
yeah, we didn't say anything specifically, I don't think.
Didn't?
No, they just removing a post that's in the way, and then that way they can back up
Yeah, that was, I think,
into
something
her
about the
current
hydrant.
driveway.
moving the
Hydrant
hydrant, I
and
think.
Yeah, there's a hydrant there or something.
Yeah, right, surrounded by a couple of posts there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so
she
that
said
was
that would
solving
help.
her, that was would solve her parking issues.
Yeah,
So,
but
so
I
are we
think that,
writing this
just-
down somewhere or something, so we remember?
well, I suggest that there should be a mountable curb on the opposite side. And I think that if it's possible for them to make that area as large as possible, it would be helpful. Just in, I noticed on the diagrams, it seems like that's shrinking smaller and smaller. I know it's within what they're
I think
able.
that depends on how much they're gonna have to take out of the bottom of the bridge.
Yeah.
So to avoid damage to that canal wall, which is.
Right.
They don't know how they're gonna remove those abutments and what's gonna be left.
Yeah.
I think
That's-
they're still
how much-
concerned about that with stability. And probably we won't know that until really they start the demo. So we're talking 2027 maybe.
Anyways, though, that's my suggestion, is to make some special allowances there, just to make it easier to access her property.
And the Walk Bike Committee has a proposal that Bob Kleinfelder, the chief engineer on the project, drew up a new version that removes the parking spaces on the far side of Canal Street from pedestrian bridge to the new bridge, retaining a beautiful ocean, rather not an ocean view, but a river view that we have there. And he's drawn up that you can see on the revised layout has a 14-foot curb to curb. And it has, there's a colored version attached to what he sent. I don't know, did you include that in the packet, Scott?
Yes.
Okay, so you can see that's what our proposal is, and Bonnie can explain it further, I guess, if she's on site there.
Yeah, so I have this one here.
I don't understand these things, and some of them are going this way and some of them are going that way.
Yeah. Is it half and half? No.
It's on
So-
sheet 3 of the first attachment is what he wrote to me, Bob Kleinfelder did.
One that shows the northern section of Canal Street, but I'm just not sure the whole thing's there because this is the pedestrian bridge here or what I'm saying.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, this can't be the whole thing because here's one thing that's cut off. This.
So then how is it?
Stan, look, this is the part, but it doesn't,
There's
it's not finished.
So this connects up to here.
Hmm?
Oh, right, like this. Sort of.
Oh. That?
Yeah, but it's not maybe that long, but yeah, that's roughly it. So this is
Oh.
all along here. There isn't currently parking there. And they were going to put, they were proposing to put parking on the canal side,
Right.
and you were proposing not to just leave it as an open space with a canal view.
Yeah, I thought we agreed to that on the last one.
I thought we did agree to that.
Oh, well, I don't know if it was.
We just wanted, well, we wanted to confirm it, so I had the engineer draw it up the way we had proposed. So that's the plans do stand thusly.
Okay, yeah, because that's how it's, yeah, there's no parking there.
And I elaborated on that somewhat, on these 2 pages. No, I just had Scott send these out today. There are a couple of photographs. One's a photograph of the existing conditions. It shows the storage facility that's currently parked in the street. And that is approximately the space that would be occupied by the green strip. My proposal is to suggest to them to include benches and trees to create a linear park to help offset the loss of the small park on the opposite side. I heard from a lot of residents that they are kind of upset about losing out on the trees and the benches.
Yeah, it's a nice
and
little
everything on
spot
the
to
opposite
sit,
side.
yeah.
It's nice, and people do go down there. So my proposal is for them to take a serious look at trying to reincorporate some landscaping features into that area just to help make up for the loss of the park on the other side, which is going to be completely paved over. There's not going to be much left of that. So I think it's I think it's reasonable to ask to just make an effort to replace a similar amount of, open space with landscaping features.
Well, it
just
seems
for
like the part of this thing is that they'll
residents.
get more space than Red Lodge.
They probably will,
Yeah.
but if it's just a strip of grass, that's not really going to help anybody very much.
Oh, right, yeah, oh, yeah, I thought we had said we wanted benches and bushes or something.
They were saying there might not be enough room
Yeah.
for all of that.
That was what they had suggested. I came up with just these schematic drawings showing that I think there is enough room. It is not enough room to have a sidewalk along that
Right.
side. That was what they were discussing as
Right,
having,
yeah,
like an actual linear green strip sidewalk.
and a sidewalk
And
and
a strip
then.
for benches. There's not enough room for
Yeah.
that. But if you have staggered benches and trees in a grassy area, there's plenty of room for people to access that space. I think, you're not going to be using a sidewalk. It's not like there's going to be, wheeled vehicles traversing that area. It's a linear park.
I think you have to be careful as far as safety wise goes, because you're putting benches down there. And cars are gonna be going down there with no protection from those benches. What's gonna happen if somebody gets hit down there? Sitting on the bench,
It's gonna be the same things here in the square.
but benches are more protected in the square than they are sitting down there, because you're gonna put a green strip in and put benches over there. To me, it doesn't
Well, I
make
think it
any
has
sense
to have
in
a
trees.
raised side or a raised granite curb. And you would have to grow trees running parallel to the benches. So I don't think it'd be any different than,
Well, it also
In the
slows
square.
down traffic. If there's
Yeah.
too much, if people feel they're narrow, they're gonna slow down. Than if it was just an open space, they would be flying down that
Right.
road more.
Well, I guess that's a suggestion and
Can we see your pictures?
you have a copy of it actually.
copy in your packet.
Put a
No, I-
copy at your
It's
table.
probably one of those.
Put a copy of the receipt,
Everybody
set
in
down.
there.
You can-
Yeah.
I don't have any more.
And the lights, there are what you propose.
I hope to see something that looks exactly like that. I don't expect rugged paving, but at least, touch on grass. If they're willing to do it, I would love it. But I will take,
Yeah,
at least, whatever is reasonable.
has there been discussion of lights along this area?
They are intending to put in lamp posts because they will be undergrounding the
Oh,
overhead
okay.
lights, so they need to extend lamp posts.
For the park on the other side, they're gonna take all of that away?
Well, it's here in our drawings. There will be areas of green space, but there certainly will be a loss, and there certainly can't be as many trees, because there will be a bridge over there.
This
So
one across.
this would just help to offset some of that loss.
So like, this will be green, some green in here, I guess.
Oh, so this is the park on the other side of the canal. So right now, this area is like, there's a bench over here, a bench here.
Mhm. You can see the faint dotted lines, that's the outline of the existing features overlaying the new design.
We'd have to take a hard look at trees just because of sight distance, and we really don't have a lot of room there for roots and planting. It's a hardscape there, so it might be tough to get trees.
Yeah, you might just have to go with some shrubbery.
I don't know. I mean, it's gonna be a tough spot
Yeah.
Which side of the canal are you talking about now?
in the area we're talking about, which is
On Canal
the Canal Street side.
I personally think it would be fine because the 10-foot wide area, we have trees growing on Atkinson Street, we have trees growing on Green Street, we have them throughout town, and only, a 3 to 4 foot strip between the sidewalk and,
But you also
Route
have to,
5.
you also
So
have to think about the integrity of the canal walls, if roots get too into that, there's other issues with that too. I mean, I don't know what,
we could consult with their,
But there could be
their
bushes
landscaping
that are
person.
not, yeah, that are not, you know, lilacs or something that aren't gonna grow huge or something, I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's green options, but I think
Yeah.
trees they might have a hard time with.
Well, I'm highly in support of trees because I think that's something that people really love about that space currently. And I really don't want to just see all of that go away. So my 2 cents is that I really encourage them to look at adding as many large trees as possible.
Well, large
On the
for sure,
canal
you're
side
not
or
gonna
on the
get
other
there
side?
just because you have to consider, again, it's gonna be on the side of a street, so all the plow wash and everything is gonna be there, so the salt, all those contaminants, it's not a great environment for growing a tree. You can get the planting, you can get those planting grades, which can somewhat help, but then it constrains the tree, so you have to really be careful about what you want to plant down there. That might be, this could thrive.
I would just argue that, we already have them growing in much worse conditions, between the sidewalk and the road, and they have been growing there and, being taken down, replaced, and, having new trees grow up for the past 200 years, and they've always
I
done
know,
fine.
and
So
every time they rip up the sidewalk, I curse the people that planted them. And every time they tear up somebody's sanitary sewer line because all the roots now have clogged it, the homeowner yells at me. So, I mean, there are issues with trees. They're, I love them too, but I think there's real constraints there in terms of what we honestly
I've got a question, Scott. Isn't the landscape architect hired by the V-Trans for this project?
Yes.
They will have a landscape architect.
I wonder if this discussion could happen best once the landscape architect enters the picture and we could have a conversation with some of the select board members who care about this with the landscape architect, and they could come back to us with what the landscape architect feels is the right approach.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, because we don't really know.
If we have right of ways and we at least have a basic understanding of the design features, they can come back with some of the finishing.
Yeah.
Some of those items before they go to bid. So there's a little bit of time.
We got some time to figure that out.
There still are some unresolved issues, right? The bridge rail still, the state historic preservation has not weighed in on that. So there are unresolved design issues that are still not going to get done tonight. So
are we supposed to decide on anything tonight?
I think if the base design with the spacing and the green space is the pleasure, then they will start to work off of that design. The features that might be included in that, I think, would probably be a follow-up meeting with the landscape architects once they get all of the utilities laid out, they get all the other items, the curbs and all their, they get their field work done. Then they can probably come back and tell you what's realistic that they could put within that green space.
So should we re-vote one of these aspects that we're discussing right now, like this sloping curb that Elijah suggested to help access to the Chili's, and
Not on the agenda for action until we.
it's not, okay.
The other thing is that you need a consensus of the board if you're gonna have someone talk to the architect or whatever, if your landscape, because the committee should not be dealing directly with VHB or the state. I noticed the walk bike head committee, the walk bike committee has been dealing directly with VHB on
Right.
some issues. And all of a sudden we get an email and it doesn't reply to the walk bike committee, it replies to Scott and myself. So we're sitting here saying, what's
What was that
with this?
about? Yeah.
So I think we need to get it through the board first and have the manager contact them and explain our wishes and let them come back to us with what they think is their idea. Then we can argue with them while they're right here.
Right, so what should we be doing tonight, Jeff? Articulating our wishes more specifically?
Well, I think we have a base design from VHB. There seems to be a couple of minor modifications if you're gonna make some sidewalk suggestions. You'll have to take a look at that and see how that might work. And then a mountable curb is another discussion that,
We had that discussion once about the benches and the trees, and I think they even said the same thing. They would not recommend putting trees down there because of
Yeah, I
the
remember this too.
issues that you brought up and the space constricting space down there. And, you know, and the sewage about the canal walls. I mean, we don't need to get into that because you know, we're looking at $1 million or per day or whatever, the 300,000 a day. If they have to put the water down and stop producing electricity and blah, 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 and all that stuff.
I think with what you've already discussed, they can continue with their design with the right of ways. And then, you know, there are some details, like I said, the bridge rail design for sure, because they have not had the state historic, the V-Trans people weigh in on some of the bridge rail suggestions. So I think that's something that's gonna have to come back anyway for a conversation. I suppose when we do that, we should also then finalize any of the other items that the board's intent, to try to see what can go into the final bid package.
So what have we agreed upon tonight? We've agreed
Galvanizing the bridge. That's the biggest.
Galvanized.
galvanize the bridge, and we've agreed to, what the walk bike head committee suggests here with the crosswalk change and the sidewalk.
We'll have to ask him about looking at that from an engineering standpoint with that suggestion, because he has not looked at that. On connecting the sidewalk across from the current pedestrian bridge. So I'll have to see what his suggestion is about that, and then a mountable curb. So,
Is there, people are gonna use it, if there's no sidewalk there, they're still gonna use it, they're going to canal. They're not gonna walk this way, this way.
Yeah,
No.
they
They're gonna cross the road.
Yeah, they're gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, unless they're in a wheelchair and then they can't, curve.
And doesn't that slope down right there for the bridge for handicap access down there?
does it slope?
Yeah, you know, where it comes onto the current bridge.
There's a diagonal crosswalk right now that crosses diagonally across the intersection.
Right, but I'm saying the sidewalk, doesn't that have that handicap?
Yeah,
The truncated domes on it,
Yeah,
I
so-
believe.
So it is designed to handle, you know.
Yeah, they'll want,
Wheelchairs, et cetera, et cetera.
right, they'll have to be able to do that.
Okay, so we know what we've agreed upon? We're gonna-
Yeah, so Scott will contact them and bring forth the ideas that we've thrown out on the table tonight and
Right.
let them come back to us, and at that point, we'll invite them to probably they'll attend by Zoom, and then we can meet on them directly.
By then, we should have also heard from the state historic preservation conversation about the rail design, but I imagine they're gonna wanna tidy this up by May. They're gonna wanna start putting together the bid packages. So,
Okay.
yeah, also just mentioned that the Historic Preservation Commission has passed a resolution with some specific ideas about the bridge rail design.
now, was that the one that was shared with the state historic, with the V-Trans architect or? Okay.
That's the one with the, it was our meeting a month ago.
Right,
We passed that,
okay,
and with supporting photographs of area bridges as examples to them, what we prefer.
okay, because they're saying that he won't be back to meet with the committee until May. So, to meet with the historic preservation, so.
The bridge rail that you're talking about, I just looked at some pictures that they got here for that. Is that the one similar to the one that's out in Saxon River?
So that is what the commission wants, one similar to what's in the Texas River with that combination, like concrete halfways up and
Yeah.
then the vertical picket railing
Right.
on the upper half.
They're showing one there, but it's like a double rail or something.
Yeah,
One on the
we
second
wanted
story
something
has
with
a
a little bit
single.
finer finish, something that looks a little more, a little less highway, something that we thought was a little more sympathetic to the, you know, historic
See, this is
landscape.
the one, that's basically the one you're looking at.
Yeah.
And the one in Saxon River, it looks similar, Dan, like they don't have all those posts out in there, and it doesn't have the center rail.
And it just has some finer, you know, finishes, you know,
Yeah.
just with the cast canopies.
And that's the one, not that you're coming into Saxon River, it's the one going on Westminster Street.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what I thought. I think the difference here is just the one's a round rail and the other's a square rail, I think. A top rail.
Yeah, it's a different variety of railing, but
Okay, we all set to move on here? So we will need to approve the orders and bills and warrants. I need a motion.
I move that we approve the orders, bills, and warrants.
We're here a second. Motion's made and seconded to approve orders, bills and warrants. All those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carried unanimous and they're coming around. That's all we got on there.
You go.
Okay, there's 5 or 6 of them. Agenda items for the April 4th, 2023 meeting.
So the state has asked us for updates. They're doing an update to the state hazard mitigation plan, and they have asked all the select boards and elected officials to come up with inputs or comments that people might think are beneficial for larger scale. You know, the state plan is obviously much more involved than what we would have at the local level. We also have our local LEMP, which is just our little local emergency management plan that we have to adopt every year as well. So we'll have that on in April, and then the updated tax sale policy, we'll have that on for your approval. And those are the only items that I'm aware of at the moment.
We're gonna have the solar guy in there. I thought, yeah, I watched the media. They said they're they're deleted in that one, like the 418.
I don't know if you got everything.
So he's gonna be at the planning commission for a second meeting to come back.
Okay,
They wanted to look at the property and think about some of the issues before voting. They feel strongly they probably will vote it as a preferred site, but just wanted the extra month to research it. So Thursday, March 30th, they will be voting on preferred site or not. Probably yes, and so April 4th would be good.
so then we can just tentatively think we'll have the solar. Okay, very good.
They hadn't done that? They didn't do that before?
They had one review of it, but they didn't come to a decision.
Yeah, so it was the first,
Not the solar that we approved at the pit. This is a second site.
this is a
On a private
private
property.
Oh, okay.
another 500 kilowatt site out in
Out in Saxon River.
Pleasant Valley Road.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
So
So Saxon River Village trustees have looked at it and have commented on it. I'm not sure who else has. Our planning commission has looked at it. But the developer wants to come and talk to this board, so we'll have them
Scott, I have a question. A lot of Saxons River residents were concerned about the loss of ag land, and I wonder if that's, at what point will public input be taken on that, or does the public have any input? Since it's private property, can they pretty much do what they want to?
I think Gary's got some feedback on
Yeah,
that, actually.
The planning commission is, their public meetings. There were, the commissioners, many of them live in Saxons River and are very sensitive to agricultural land. And there was a lot of questions on that, and the property owners, Richard Stickney and his wife and their son were there talking about, it's their farm and how the property it's gonna be on, why that's not good farmland and it's not taking out of the ag system. And it had to do with some of the slopes and trees and land configurations. I don't have the details in my head, but they did thoroughly review that, and anyone's welcome to attend the planning commission, March 30th, 6:30 PM in third floor conference room to hear that. I don't know if the farmers will be there again, but the commissioners could outline their feelings about the ag piece. But that was addressed indeed, that most of the questions revolved around there. And they did ask for a couple of accommodations with around tree line, I think, but yes, that was a primary concern, Rick, and it seemed good.
Rick, I watched that select board trustee meeting out there in Saxon River, and one of the sons, Robert Stickney, is the guy that farms that. And he said the 3 acres they're going on is sort of waterlogged and a lot of stone that doesn't isn't conducive to growing corn on it very well. He said that so they've actually sort of just hope they can get something, just throw seed on it, and hope it goes. So it's not going to affect their farming issue with the farmland there.
Oh, good. All right. Well, thanks, you guys.
Okay, anything else? Agenda items for the joint board meeting. We got a little while on that one. That's the May, the 30th of May. So other business, Elijah.
Yep.
Fine.
Yeah, let's think about changing this configuration for the next meeting and go back to having select board facing the public.
I like that.
What do you feel about that?
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea, Bonnie.
Just, I was here for the trustees meeting last week, and it does feel weird to sit back there and look at the backs of everybody. And I know it's kind of been set up like this to deal with the Zoom, but we can't even see anybody on Zoom anyway. There's nothing there. So.
Well, tonight there isn't, but.
Right, but I mean, you could put that, if our table was where the owls are and the owls are here, that would work.
Yeah.
Let's zoom the back of the heads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know I've given presentations down here when I'm under the old configuration, with a PowerPoint up there on the big screen. And the select board just has to sort of turn around like that to see it. It's not a big deal. So I'd really like to make that change. This just doesn't feel very hospitable.
I would support that change, Bonnie. Just give it a try.
I would suggest if we do, we just have to make sure that all the cords are
Yeah.
taken care of, so we don't
Yeah.
get tangled up. It was
Don't
a
get hung up on it,
little
right.
bit of a mess during our town meeting. It was like a little bit.
It's a little hazardous.
Oh, was it?
tripped up.
I don't know. Well, we also had the big camera. I was sitting over there that time. All right, so that's my only other business.
Sue, you have anything?
No, I'm all set for now.
All right, couple things. In our last meeting or even the town meeting, the charge was for the select board to find an alternative venue for a town meeting instead of having it down here. And I think at the last select board meeting, Rick said something about a task force, which I think really doesn't have to be necessitated. But saying that, I think the board needs to think of a couple of things. Number one, where are you going to have it? And when you start thinking around of access, and it has to be held in the town of which the town meeting is for. So you can't have it in Westminster and have it as a town Rockingham meeting. It doesn't work that way. So the high school basically eliminated from that. The other thing we have to figure out is access. If anybody's thinking the middle school, central school, you got parking issues down there. And I don't know if anybody's been in the bathrooms down in the central school, but they're a little slow. So you're gonna have to bend over quite a ways to get a drink of water. They do have, and the only place you can hold it down there is a gym. They don't have anything else. Middle school, you got 2 floors and that elevator is in the back. And there's no parking back there. So you gotta think about access. So
What's the matter with town hall?
there's nothing the matter with
I mean,
that.
with the theater.
Upstairs.
But you get that, but the thing we have to figure out is how we're gonna work the Zoom thing.
Well, the Zoom thing is just, it's,
If it's a
Getting
connection, then let's fix it.
yeah, it's a
So-
connect, if it's a connection, we can fix it. That's
Yeah.
just having internet access up there. And
And then there's someone mentioned that at the town meeting was that you could put childcare right down here.
Yeah.
So it's pretty simple that we have it here. We just put the meeting upstairs and instead of having them sit all over Helen Creation down there, block off a certain block to sit
Right.
and make them sit where you want them to sit.
I mean, it's done like that forever and ever, so why not?
So. Okay. I guess that's it. I got, so there is, we will go into an executive session, so I'll need a motion and it will be, there's 2 of them that we have to make for this because it's gonna be number 8. You want to read it?
Sure.
The first one and then just quote 8.
I move that we go into executive session to discuss labor relations agreements with employees.
I'll second. All those in favor would say aye.
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 And just mention that you may go. All right. Second motion is I move the board into executive session to discuss union negotiations with board under provision of Title I, Section 313A of the Vermont statutes. Do we hear a second?
second, and do we have to invite the manager?
Sure. Why not? You've got an interesting update. So all those in favor would say aye.
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 Executive session?
Give me a minute, I gotta, Rick, stay on there, I gotta.
I gotta keep it here.
Recording stopped.
I'm blind for that.